Accounting and Control of Nuclear Materials, ABAC, has the mission of building safeguards in the nuclear facilities of Argentina and Brazil to guarantee the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Regarding other verification activities, the ABAC, jointly with the IAEA, carries out inspections to verify nuclear materials so as to reach valid conclusions on the country's statements. In the uranium enrichment facilities, determining such enrichment is crucial for the safeguards. Thus, it is fundamental to take samples of uranium hexafluoride and to analyze them at specialized laboratories.
Empecé a trabajar acá en el año 80 cuando el doctor Osvaldo Cristalini era el jefe de este laboratorio. Realmente fue un maestro para muchos de nosotros, un gran científico, tenía mucho empuje para llevar adelante los proyectos y sobre todo era una excelente persona. Él también era químico, más que nada se especializó en radioquímica y también en la parte de análisis de los materiales nucleares, ¿no? Había hecho sus estudios en la Universidad de Buenos Aires, después hizo algunas pasantías en Estados Unidos y en Alemania, en el Centro Atómico Karlsruhe. O sea que él estuvo en todo el ciclo de combustible y siguió aportando ideas. De ahí sacó la idea porque en las plantas de enriquecimiento se usan trampas químicas al final de la línea del proceso para evitar que escape hexafluoruro a la atmósfera. Y uno de los materiales que se usan es la lúmina. Entonces, evidentemente, si la lúmina podía retener hasta trazas de hexafluoruro, ¿por qué no usarla para muestrear hexafluoruro en la línea? Esa fue la idea, digamos, original, y él mismo, dada su modestia, dice, cuando el método se demostró que podía andar, dice, bueno, con una idea tan simple, ¿cómo a nadie se le ocurrió? Bueno, pero realmente a veces es usar una cosa para otro uso y realmente es una idea novedosa y que soluciona y aporta un nuevo método para el muestreo de hexafluoruro, ¿no?
Então, nessa época, o Cristalini, com a experiência que ele tinha, propôs a utilização de alumina como um método de absorver o F6. A alumina tem dentro dela água absorvida e o F6 em contato hidrolisa, e é um método interessante de reter o F6. Então, decidimos desenvolver esse método, a ABAC financiou o desenvolvimento do método no laboratório de química do Centro Atômico Constituintes, em Buenos Aires, da CONEA. Lá, um excelente técnico, o Adolfo Esteban, fez todo o desenvolvimento da metodologia com suporte e orientação do Cristalini.
The traditional method is more complex when analyzing the samples. It takes more time to collect samples, the costs are higher, and there are risks for the operator and the environment. Furthermore, there are increasing restrictions on the international air transportation of the collected samples. In the face of such difficulties, Osvaldo Cristalini, Argentine scientist and expert consultant of the ABAC, developed a simplified, efficient and innovative method, the ABAC Cristalini method.
El método de Cristalini para muestrear hexafluoruro de uranio utiliza estos tubos de fluoroteno cargados con pellets de alúmina, aproximadamente 1 gramo. El procedimiento de muestreo no introduce mayores inconvenientes en la planta. El tubo cargado con los pellets y pesado se conecta en el punto de muestreo de la planta y se hace vacío, igual que con el otro método, y finalmente se desvía la corriente gaseosa de hexafluoruro para que entre en contacto con los pellets de alúmina. Luego de unos pocos minutos, entre 30 hasta 30 minutos nomás, ya se pueden observar que los peles superiores están levemente amarillos, con lo cual ya tenemos una suficiente cantidad, unos cuantos miligramos de hexafluoruro, lo suficiente para hacer el análisis isotópico. Nuevamente, ahí se puede dar por terminado el muestreo, se hace vacío en el sistema y se desconecta el tubo. Este tubo ya no contiene materiales volátiles ni gaseosos, por lo tanto en cualquier mesada de laboratorio se puede abrir y se hace el proceso de lavado para separar el uranio retenido en los peles y obtener una solución apta para el análisis isotópico.
This method is based on the absorption capacity for uranium hexafluoride in alumina pellets. Dr. Cristolini managed to devise this thanks to his wide experience at uranium enrichment plants. The new method has many advantages over the traditional method. Results are as accurate as the ones obtained with the traditional method. The method reduces the amount of nuclear material which has to be collected during the sampling. Sampling takes less time and there is not as much interference with the operation of nuclear plants. It reduces costs related to the mass of nuclear materials, which has to be managed and controlled in a safe way. It does not cause pollution throughout the process and it does not alter the isotopic composition of uranium. It absolutely simplifies national and international transportation of the samples of nuclear materials. There are less radiation protection demands regarding its employment and use in the facilities and labs, since it does not use liquid nitrogen. Finally, it simplifies lab procedures when treating the samples because it facilitates the solution preparation for the isotopic determination.
Apresentamos os resultados na ESARDA em 2007 e no INMM em 2008. O método em si, como qualificado em laboratório, também começamos a fazer ele, usando ele para a caracterização de todas as ampolas que vinham das plantas de enriquecimento do Brasil. E verificamos que os resultados estavam excelentes, eram praticamente iguais ao método tradicional. Solicitamos ao laboratório do CTMSP aqui no Brasil que verificasse a compatibilidade do método e o uso do método nas suas plantas de enriquecimento, e que foi verificado que era compatível e não interferia na amostragem, no sistema de enriquecimento, então poderia substituir o método tradicional com ampolas.
Este es el laboratorio de espectrometría de masas, donde realizamos análisis isotópico principalmente de uranio en muestras de interés nuclear para distintas instalaciones nucleares del país.
Como parte de las tareas del laboratorio, hacemos también análisis de salvaguardias nucleares. Dentro de ese ámbito, nosotros pertenecemos a la red de laboratorios de la Agencia Brasileño-Argentina de Control de Materiales Nucleares. A través de la participación con ABAC, surgió la idea hace ya más de 10 años, por parte de ABAC, de que comenzáramos a trabajar en el desarrollo del método que ideó Cristolini, junto con Adolfo Esteban. Desde el punto de vista de la espectrometría de masas, el análisis no hay mayores diferencias, porque el análisis ya la muestra ya viene como nitrato uranilo, o sea, el análisis en sí, en el espectrómetro es lo mismo. La gran diferencia es lo que es en el tratamiento de la muestra y en el traslado de la muestra desde la facilidad donde se tome hacia el laboratorio. Otro es el hecho de que el traslado de la muestra, hay que pensar que en esto de salvaguardia, donde se toma, después se tiene que llevar a un laboratorio que probablemente es de otro país. El traslado es mucho más sensible a hacer un traslado de algo sólido que de un gas.
The ABAC-Cristolini method for the isotopic determination of uranium hexafluoride is a tangible contribution of the ABAC and, naturally, of its member countries to the bilateral and international safeguards concerning the treatment of nuclear materials.
La importancia del método desarrollado por los técnicos y los especialistas que trabajan en la ABAC o junto a la ABAC en la verificación del uso exclusivamente pacífico de la tecnología nuclear desarrollada e implementada en nuestros países es que exhibe la capacidad tecnológica, científica, en este plano de dar garantías al mundo y nivel en nuestras técnicas equivalente a lo de los países más desarrollados en este campo.
Nós já estamos encaminhando o credenciamento desse método em nível internacional através dos nossos parceiros, tanto na Argentina como no Brasil, dos laboratórios parceiros e também de laboratórios internacionais nos Estados Unidos e na Europa. O método ABAC Cristalline é uma contribuição tangível da ABAC e, portanto, do Brasil e da Argentina à aplicação eficiente de salvaguardas.
Este método indica la capacidad de ambos países y de sus laboratorios y especialistas, que es una potencia que tenemos que desarrollar y que hemos logrado alcanzar en estos últimos 25 años.
Um grupo de técnicos da ABAC e dos dois países, Brasil e Argentina, desenvolvendo o método e particularmente a genialidade do Cristalline em propor essa metodologia com base na sua experiência. Portanto, o método ABAC Cristalline é uma contribuição efetiva da ABAC e do sistema de salvaguarda do Brasil e Argentina para a comunidade internacional.
The ABAC is coordinating the validation process of the ABAC crystalline method, together with the support programs to Brazil and Argentine safeguards, Brazilian and Argentine laboratories, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the United States. This validation method can be adopted by the ABAC, the IAEA, the facilities which process uranium hexafluoride, and other monitoring entities of the ABAC. It is important to highlight that the patent of the ABAC crystalline method is being duly registered.
Amazônia Azul, Tecnologias de Defesa S.A. A Amazul foi criada para desenvolver tecnologias para o Programa Nuclear da Marinha, Programa Nuclear Brasileiro e Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos. O Programa Nuclear da Marinha tem o duplo objetivo de projetar e construir um reator de potência inteiramente nacional e produzir seu combustível. Essas tecnologias serão usadas no futuro submarino com propulsão nuclear e também para a geração de energia elétrica. A Amazul participa do Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos, cuja missão é garantir a soberania no território marítimo brasileiro e proteger as imensuráveis riquezas que ele abriga. A Amazul tem o compromisso de entregar à nação tecnologia, conhecimento e profissionais capacitados em energia nuclear e defesa. Os projetos em que atua ampliam o acesso de toda a sociedade a inovações e conveniências que ajudam a melhorar a saúde e qualidade de vida da população. A Amazul contribui ativamente para a geração de energia elétrica limpa para todos, fabricando, junto com a Marinha do Brasil, ultracentrífugas, usadas para o enriquecimento do urânio destinado às usinas nucleares, e trabalhando com a Eletronuclear na expansão da vida útil da usina nuclear Angra 1. Na saúde, a Amazul colabora para ampliar o acesso da população aos benefícios da medicina nuclear. Participa do programa de modernização do Centro de Radiofarmácia do Instituto de Pesquisas Energéticas e Nucleares, o IPEN, que produz radiofármacos para todo o país. E projeta, em parceria com a Comissão Nacional de Energia Nuclear, o reator multipropósito brasileiro, destinado a pesquisas e produção de matéria-prima para radiofármacos usados no diagnóstico e no tratamento de doenças como o câncer. O empreendimento tornará o Brasil autossuficiente na fabricação desses medicamentos. As tecnologias desenvolvidas pela Amazul podem ser utilizadas na irradiação de alimentos para eliminar substâncias nocivas e aumentar o tempo de conservação, o que protege a saúde do consumidor, reduz o desperdício de alimentos e amplia os ganhos do agronegócio, uma das maiores fontes de riquezas do país. A irradiação é usada também em cosméticos, medicamentos, insumos da área médica e até na preservação de livros, obras de arte e documentos históricos. No setor nuclear, a empresa está capacitada para atuar em projetos e serviços de engenharia, comercialização de produtos, comissionamento de instalações nucleares, operação e gestão de empreendimentos e gestão do conhecimento. A Amazul criou um premiado modelo de gestão do conhecimento que está sendo aplicado em unidades nucleares e poderá ser replicado em outros tipos de empreendimentos.
Os projetos e programas que contam com a participação da Amazul contribuem para a defesa e a independência tecnológica do Brasil. Se por um lado promove um notável avanço científico no país, por outro, ajudam a melhorar a saúde e a qualidade de vida dos brasileiros.
A inovação está no DNA da Amazul, uma empresa singular que demonstra em cada atividade e em cada projeto a razão de sua existência e o compromisso de entregar resultados ao cidadão. A Amazul, Amazônia Azul Tecnologias de Defesa S.A. Tecnologia nacional, em benefício da sociedade.
This is for you who see how essential electricity is to people's lives every day. You who understand how we must reduce our CO2 emissions now. You who know that nuclear energy is a powerful source of low-carbon electricity. It is also an industry that demands unparalleled levels of safety and security. Yes, this is for you. You who know that for over 60 years, we have been designing and building nuclear steam supply systems. We have been developing and manufacturing components and fuel assemblies for all the major electrical utilities in the world. We have been delivering the heavy and mobile components needed for the nuclear island, as well as the instrumentation and control solutions. That we provide the maintenance and engineering services for more than 250 nuclear reactors around the world, and that we are participating in the construction of new reactors in France, China, Finland, and the United Kingdom. So yes, this is all for you. You who trust in the expertise, the experience, and the commitment of our 14,000 employees. Whether you be an electrical utility customer, engineer, new graduate, or simply a consumer of energy anywhere in the world, this film is for you, for each and every one of you, because you believe in nuclear energy, because you trust Framatome. Because every day we are committed to serving our customers and working for energy that is competitive, reliable, and safe.
of the ABAC and naturally of its member countries to the bilateral and international safeguards concerning the treatment of nuclear materials.
La importancia del método desarrollado por los técnicos y los especialistas que trabajan en la ABAC o junto a la ABAC en la verificación del uso exclusivamente pacífico de la tecnología nuclear desarrollada e implementada en nuestros países es que exhibe la capacidad tecnológica, científica en este plano de dar garantías al mundo y nivel en nuestras técnicas equivalente a lo de los países más desarrollados en este campo.
Nós já estamos encaminhando o credenciamento desse método em nível internacional através dos nossos parceiros, tanto na Argentina como no Brasil, dos laboratórios parceiros e também de laboratórios internacionais nos Estados Unidos e na Europa. O método ABAC Cristalline é uma contribuição tangível da ABAC e, portanto, do Brasil e da Argentina à aplicação eficiente de salvaguardas.
Este método indica la capacidad de ambos países y de sus laboratorios y especialistas, que es una potencia que tenemos que desarrollar y que hemos logrado alcanzar en estos últimos 25 años.
Um grupo de técnicos da ABAC e dos dois países, Brasil e Argentina, desenvolvendo o método e particularmente a genialidade do Cristalline em propor essa metodologia com base na sua experiência. Portanto, o método ABAC Cristalline é uma contribuição efetiva da ABAC e do sistema de salvaguarda do Brasil e Argentina para a comunidade internacional.
The ABAC is coordinating the validation process of the ABAC crystalline method, together with the support programs to Brazil and Argentine safeguards, Brazilian and Argentine laboratories, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the United States. This validation method can be adopted by the ABAC, the IAEA, the facilities which process uranium hexafluoride, and other monitoring entities of the ABAC. It is important to highlight that the patent of the ABAC crystalline method is being duly registered.
Amazônia Azul, Tecnologias de Defesa SA. A Amazul foi criada para desenvolver tecnologias para o Programa Nuclear da Marinha, Programa Nuclear Brasileiro e Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos. O Programa Nuclear da Marinha tem o duplo objetivo de projetar e construir um reator de potência inteiramente nacional e produzir seu combustível. Essas tecnologias serão usadas no futuro submarino com propulsão nuclear e também para a geração de energia elétrica. A Amazul participa do Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos, cuja missão é garantir a soberania no território marítimo brasileiro e proteger as imensuráveis riquezas que ele abriga. A Amazul tem o compromisso de entregar à nação tecnologia, conhecimento e profissionais capacitados em energia nuclear e defesa. Os projetos em que atua ampliam o acesso de toda a sociedade a inovações e conveniências que ajudam a melhorar a saúde e qualidade de vida da população. A Amazul contribui ativamente para a geração de energia elétrica limpa para todos, fabricando, junto com a Marinha do Brasil, ultracentrífugas, usadas para o enriquecimento do urânio destinado às usinas nucleares, e trabalhando com a Eletronuclear na expansão da vida útil da usina nuclear Angra 1. Na saúde, a Amazul colabora para ampliar o acesso da população aos benefícios da medicina nuclear. Participa do programa de modernização do Centro de Radiofarmácia do Instituto de Pesquisas Energéticas e Nucleares, o IPEN, que produz radiofármacos para todo o país. E projeta, em parceria com a Comissão Nacional de Energia Nuclear, o reator multipropósito brasileiro, destinado a pesquisas e produção de matéria-prima para radiofármacos usados no diagnóstico e no tratamento de doenças como o câncer. O empreendimento tornará o Brasil autossuficiente na fabricação desses medicamentos. As tecnologias desenvolvidas pela Amazul podem ser utilizadas na irradiação de alimentos para eliminar substâncias nocivas e aumentar o tempo de conservação. o que protege a saúde do consumidor, reduz o desperdício de alimentos e amplia os ganhos do agronegócio, uma das maiores fontes de riquezas do país. A irradiação é usada também em cosméticos, medicamentos, insumos da área médica e até na preservação de livros, obras de arte e documentos históricos. No setor nuclear, a empresa está capacitada para atuar em projetos e serviços de engenharia, comercialização de produtos, comissionamento de instalações nucleares, operação e gestão de empreendimentos e gestão do conhecimento. A Amazu criou um premiado modelo de gestão do conhecimento que está sendo aplicado em unidades nucleares e poderá ser replicado em outros tipos de empreendimentos.
Os projetos e programas que contam com a participação da Amazu contribuem para a defesa e a independência tecnológica do Brasil. Se por um lado promove um notável avanço científico no país, por outro, ajudam a melhorar a saúde e a qualidade de vida dos brasileiros.
A inovação está no DNA da Amazu, uma empresa singular que demonstra em cada atividade e em cada projeto a razão de sua existência e o compromisso de entregar resultados ao cidadão. A Amazu, Amazônia Azul Tecnologias de Defesa S.A. Tecnologia nacional, em benefício da sociedade.
This is for you. You who see how essential electricity is to people's lives every day. You who understand how we must reduce our CO2 emissions now. You who know that nuclear energy is a powerful source of low-carbon electricity. It is also an industry that demands unparalleled levels of safety and security. Yes, this is for you. You who know that for over 60 years, we have been designing and building nuclear steam supply systems. We have been developing and manufacturing components and fuel assemblies for all the major electrical utilities in the world. We have been delivering the heavy and mobile components needed for the nuclear island, as well as the instrumentation and control solutions. That we provide the maintenance and engineering services for more than 250 nuclear reactors around the world, and that we are participating in the construction of new reactors in France, China, Finland, and the United Kingdom. So yes, this is all for you. You who trust in the expertise, the experience, and the commitment of our 14,000 employees. Whether you be an electrical utility customer, engineer, new graduate, or simply a consumer of energy anywhere in the world, this film is for you, for each and every one of you, because you believe in nuclear energy, because you trust Framatome, because every day we are committed to serving our customers and working for energy that is competitive, reliable, and safe.
Orpet, só uma pergunta.
Não?
Uma perguntinha. Nós, quando eu abri a sala, nós fechamos.
Vamos lá. Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon.
Estamos iniciando
We are
a
starting
continuação do nosso simpósio da LAS,
the continuation of Latin American section of the American Nuclear Society Symposium to 2020, Preservation and Management of Nuclear Industry in Latin America. Today, our panel will talk about the industries that detain this technology. We are going to talk how they manage human resources and the management of knowledge in this nuclear industry. For this panel, our moderator is going to be Mr. Celso Cunha, who is the president of ABDAN. I'm going to make a brief introduction of him. Okay. Mr. Celso Cunha is an electrical engineer with a master in systems engineering and computation. He took qualification exams at Faculté Universitaire Notre-Dame de la Paix, Namur, Belgium, in 1995. He holds an MBA degrees in business administration, systems analysis, and energy efficiency, and he's currently the president of ABDAN and a member of the Federal Council of Associations of the Electric Sector of the State of the Real Estate Industry Federation, and he's also a member of the Economic Forum of Rio. Mr. Cunha is a director of Brazil's Energy Research Company, EPE. His professional experience includes previous managerial jobs and technical jobs in companies such as the Underground and Railway, in the Municipal Secretary of Economy, Energy Development and Technology at several cities in the state of Rio de Janeiro. He was also a CEO of Technosoft Engineering and Projects Limited and Commercial Director of Nuclear, which is nuclear-owned heavy equipment manufacturer, and he is currently consultant at the Catholic University in the Lasne laboratory. And he is also consultant for Sabesp, which is the real company, water company administration. My colleague Celso Cunha has been doing an excellent work at ABDAN, and I pass the floor to him. Thank you. Thank you very much, Orpet. Good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to this LAS 2020 Symposium.
I will speak first in English. We have a very special this afternoon. We receive Mr. Christophe last from Framatome. We receive Mrs. Daria Seminova. She's an expert of nuclear infrastructure section of Rosatom. Mr. Juan Pablo Ordoñez, he's the CEO of INVAP. And Mrs. Cecilia, she's work at INVAP. Let's make a very small introduction about Mr. Christophe. Mr. Christophe is the Knowledge Program Manager in Framatome EDF Group since late 2017. Christophe Lasne joined Framatome in 1995 and held two different positions, such as a core performance engineer, manager of several sections in core design, and transient analysis department for installed-based project and for EPR. Departments manager and perform plan manager for the Safety and Process Division. Welcome, Mr. Christophe. The word is yours. You have 20 minutes, and we are very happy to have you here this afternoon. Please, Christophe.
Hello. Hello, everybody. So good afternoon. It's a pleasure to make this presentation. So for this presentation, I will be also with my colleague Martin Rouleau-Dugage in Paris. So Martin, if you just want to introduce you in 2 words.
Yes, I joined the Areva Group in 2009. I came from the industry. I came from Schneider Electric originally, and I was responsible for the knowledge management program over there. So I've been working with Christophe for the last couple of years to set up the program and to have a role to play in it. So I will second my boss here and answer questions that he might not be able to answer, which I doubt.
Okay, so we can start with a presentation. So the title is a CAM program to boost learning and on-the-job training. So first of all, I will just introduce how it works in Framatome and how it works with HR. So in fact, the CAM program is fully integrated in the HR approach and in the HR competence approach. In this slide, you can see how it works. So in the beginning, we have the workforce planning campaign to identify resources and competence need. After that, and workforce planning is performed by HR team. After that, you have another part of the HR team in charge of the recruitment to address the resource needs. Then you have the training plan and the career management plan to develop technical needs. And the training plan and the training team are also in the HR team. And recently, we add a fourth section in the HR team, which is the CAM part. And the CAM part is here to boost the learning, to boost the on-the-job training, and also to become a learning organization. And so we work together in the HR, so with the workforce planning team, with the recruitment team, with the training team, and with the CAM, in order to boost the competence building. So in detail, what is the organization or the structure of the CAM program? So the CAM program to become a learning organization and so to boost learning. So with Martin, we define the program around 5 pillars. So one for the knowledge transfer, another one for the knowledge sharing and collaboration, another one dealing in the middle of the table, dealing with the knowledge capitalization from lessons learned. So with these 3 pillars, you create some knowledge. After that, you have to store the knowledge. So we have a pillar to knowledge storage. And after that, you have to distribute the knowledge. And so the objective of this 5 pillars is to turn employees and project knowledge into company knowledge, and to make this company knowledge available to the employee when they need. And the third objective is to boost learning, and in particular to boost on-the-job training. So I will detail a little bit the 5 term and the 15 topic, and after that I will make a focus on the way to learn and how the CAM program is able to boost the learning and to boost, in particular, the on-the-job training. So in the knowledge transfer, we have 3 topics. The first one is to support the knowledge transfer for departing experts and key people. This is the first kind of knowledge transfer. We also address the topic dealing with the self-services and on-demand learning tool in order to give the opportunity to all Framatome employees to learn when they want. And we also develop some accelerated learning paths on key competencies, so to have a learning path in order to increase the competency in a specific topic. So this is the 3 topics for the knowledge transfer. Concerning the knowledge collaboration and sharing, we want to boost the knowledge sharing in 3 areas. The first one is to boost knowledge sharing across Framatome between the different business units, between the different countries, thanks to a community on transversal topic. So we foster the creation of community on transversal topic across business unit and across country. In the second topic, we want to boost the knowledge sharing within an entity. So we are here to help entity to create network of knowledge owner in order to facilitate the knowledge sharing in an entity. And the last topic is to integrate CAM in the project management. So it's to help project to turn the project knowledge into a company knowledge in order to be able to use this knowledge for another project. So the objective of this topic is a knowledge sharing between project teams. So in the knowledge sharing, we have sharing between business unit and country, sharing within an entity, and sharing between projects. Concerning the capitalization of knowledge from lessons learned. So it's quite simple. We just want to close the loop of lessons learned. So we provide a tool in order to capture lessons learned. We help entity to define a lessons learned process, so to capture, to analyze, and after that, to introduce these lessons learned into methodological referential, easy to use and easy to update. So the objective is to help entity to have lessons learned embedded in the methodological referential on site and on site everywhere. So this is the three first pillar. Then concerning the knowledge storage, so we have a knowledge storage committee in order to help entity to structure technical knowledge. The knowledge storage committee is also in charge to help entity to create specialized database. And we also help entity to deploy a record management practices. So we help them to sort the documentation, to digitalize some documentation, then to put this digitalized documentation in a specialized knowledge database, then to structure this knowledge database in order to facilitate the use of this knowledge. And the last topic is the distribution. So we make a lot of job in order to create, in order to store knowledge, and after that we have to distribute it. And the main tool for this distribution is a federated search engine. So we have already 15 million documents indexed in our search engine. So this is a Google-like tool with a Sinequa technology. And this, with this tool, employees are able to find a document, to find an expert, to find a lessons learned, to find a quality report for on a given topic. So the first, in the first line of the column distribution is search engine to find the right document when you need it. The second topic is to deploy a rich directory. So this is a LinkedIn-like tool. The objective is to give the opportunity to a Framatome employee to find the right person to answer the right question at the right moment. And the last point is a deploy collaborative platform. So this is platform created by employees for employees. So we have two platforms, a wiki platform in order to explain some technical topic, in order to explain some organization. And so this wiki platform with wiki article could be easily updated by employee and consulted by everybody. And the second knowledge platform is a video platform. So this is a YouTube-like platform with a Panopto technology. And this platform is also created by employees, and they create video. And these videos are also available for all the Framatome employees. So this is a global structure of our CAM program. And now I will make a focus on how these different initiatives allows to boost learning and to boost competence building. So before to talk about that, I just want to introduce something that everybody knows. So there are three ways to learn as an individual and to become a better professional. So we learn with training. With initial training, with training in the company. So this is the basic training. This is the formal training. We also increase our competencies thanks to sharing. So we share experience with colleagues, and thanks to this sharing, we also learn, and so we become more professional. And the last is we also become a better professional thanks to practicing. We practice and we build experience on the field, and thanks to that, we become better professional. So there are a typical model. This is 10, 20, 70. So as a professional, you used 10% thanks to training, 20% thanks to sharing, and 70% thanks to practicing. So this is the typical way to learn as an individual, and so to become a better professional. And now I will explain for each topic how the CAM program boost learning by training, boost learning by sharing, and boost learning by practicing. So how CAM program boost learning and competence building thanks to training. So we propose, with the CAM program, we propose a training more rich, more accessible, more digital. So in practice, we will provide support to create e-learning and learning paths. we organize some workshop with entity, with operational entity in order to design training and to design learning paths. We also provide internal and external support to create some e-learning. So this is the first way to have a more rich and more digital training. We also provide some equipment to create e-learning and to create learning paths. We put in place some video studio in the different Framatome entities. We provide some video tool in order to capture with video some operational task or something like that. And we also provide a LMS platform in order to store e-learning and learning paths. So we provide some equipment in order to create e-learning and learning paths, and then propose more rich and more accessible training. And the last services provided by KM is we provide some tools and some space to perform e-learning and learning paths. So with a learning management system for employees with a personal computer, and for employees without personal computer, we set up some learning space, so with learning material, in order to give the opportunity to employees without personal computer to learn by themselves on the dedicated spaces. So this is the way we contribute to boost the learning, and in particular the learning by training. And we also boost the learning thanks to more rich, more easy, and more digital sharing. So we foster the creation of community across business unit and region, the community of practice. We also organize some interview of experts and key people in order to facilitate and to perform knowledge transfer. So we also organize some meeting and some interview between and some creation of lessons learned between inside project and across project. And we also propose the rich directory, an expertise locator, and collaborative platform in order to increase collaboration and interaction within the whole company. So thanks to our KM initiative, we boost the learning by sharing with more exchange, more collaboration, more interaction between Framatome employees. And now the last topic is how we boost the learning, and in particular on-the-job training. So the main objective of the KM program is to turn employees' knowledge into company knowledge. And so thanks to that, we will have more knowledge accessible on demand and more knowledge embedded in the tool. And so in practice, employees will be able to learn when they want and when they need. So if I detail this approach, we provide some wiki platform, and thanks to the wiki platform, the technical articles are accessible on demand. So suppose that you are on site, and so you read a document, and there are some acronyms, and so you don't know the meaning of these acronyms. In the wiki, we have more than 2,000 acronyms with a definition, and so with that, employees are able to find the right definition. We also provide the video platform. And so you are on site and you don't know how to perform a task. You don't know how to fill forms to ask for holidays or something like that. There are some tutorial on our YouTube platform in order to explain how to perform some specific task. And this is on demand. So you have the information when you need this information. We also set up a lessons learned database. And all the lessons learned are stored in the same platform. And so when you have a problem on a specific project, you can ask or you can consult this database in order to identify if the problem already appears, and so what are the solutions for this problem. We also propose to to set up some knowledge database, organize and structure in order to find easily this information. And all the information stored in this knowledge database are indexed by the search engine. So this is like a Google tool. And so if you have a question, you can use this global search portal to find a document, to find an expert, to find lessons learned, to find a feedback report, to find a quality report. And you have some filter, and this helps you to find the information when you need the information. So our main contribution to boost learning and on-the-job training is to provide knowledge accessible on demand and knowledge embedded in the tool. And so to conclude, so the CAMP program in Framatome, so the main objective is to turn employees and project knowledge into company knowledge. So this is the first step. Then to make this company knowledge available when needed for employees and projects. And we also boost learning, and in particular on-the-job training, thanks to this knowledge available for everybody when they need. That's all. I think it's clear. Martin, do you want to add something? Or?
No, I just wanted to point out that what is very specific about this knowledge management program at Framatome is that it's extremely comprehensive. It's not one activity or one single initiative. It's a bunch of initiatives that are all connected with one another. They are extremely coherent, and it wouldn't have been possible without the support of the CEO himself, who is backing this program very closely. So we have the enormous privilege of having this company program that is strongly supported by the executive committee, which helps us build this program in a very complete way. And that's extraordinary.
Okay.
I don't see a lot of questions, actually.
Okay, Christophe, that's thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Martin, do you want to make some more considerations? Hello?
Hello, Martin?
Martin? He's out of.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Thank you very much, Christophe.
Okay, so we have
okay.
Yes,
please.
we are available for the Q&A session at the end of the.
Yes. At the end of our panel, we have some questions for everybody.
Okay.
And let me introduce the next, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Well, now is Ms. Daria. Ms. Daria, welcome. Ms. Daria, she is an expert in nuclear infrastructure in Rosatom service. From 2018 up to now, she worked at Rosatom service as a inspector. From 16 to 18, she is an embassy of the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela to Russian Federation participation in the nuclear agents, events, and technical groups, using social media for public communication and stakeholder involvement for nuclear programs. Technical meeting on the application of the agency integrated nuclear infrastructure review methodology for small modular reactor. She's building the effective training course for the Asians in 2020. From 15 to 17, she's making the Master of Political Science in Moscow State Linguistic University. From 11 to 2015 Bachelor in Linguistics in Moscow State Linguist University, and 14 internship in the University of Cadiz, Spain. Welcome, and please, sorry, I have a problem here. What happened? Here. Okay. Sorry for that. Please, Ms. Daria, you have the vote.
Good afternoon. Thank you for a kind introduction. Buenos días, damas y caballeros, colegas. Un gusto estar aquí.
Muito obrigada pela apresentação muito gentil.
And I'm happy to present you the report on vendors. I would like to start with a small introduction on NPP construction project. NPP is a mega project. It is new industry which requires institutional development. Nuclear industry poses a demand for competent nuclear experts of different nature who are to perform their job according to nuclear legislative and regulatory framework. These components are part of nuclear infrastructure. In 2018, IAEA initiated a project on factors influencing the cost and schedule of an NPP construction. According to it, 5 out of 7 factors of budget overruns and schedule slippages are nuclear infrastructure ones. So what are the examples? We're talking of inexperienced human resources, insufficient management system, lack of legislative or regulatory framework, or unprepared supply chain. So here we see that cost of nuclear infrastructure development is less than 1% of EPC contract for an NPP. But the losses of NPP delay are 20,000 times exceeding nuclear infrastructure cost. IAEA has developed a 3S concept. It reflects 3 technical areas which need to be addressed in establishing an adequate regulatory framework and ensure peaceful uses of nuclear energy. These are namely safety, security, and safeguards. And key nuclear organizations have to perform their roles addressing those issues. VENDA has a responsibility for ensuring that adequate safety standards are integrated into the design and that knowledge is transferred to the operator. NEPIO establishes national policies. NPP operator has ultimate responsibility to meet safety, security, and safeguards requirements at national level. Regulator is responsible for developing safety.
T'as vu figé là, on te posait des questions.
Could you please turn off the mic? For developing, yes, regulator is responsible for developing national safety regulations and verifying compliance with those regulations. Experience has demonstrated that reliance only on robust design and engineering safety systems isn't sufficient to secure nuclear safety, because NPP basically is operated by people. Therefore, to achieve nuclear safety in organizations, we need qualified personnel with an appropriately embedded safety culture. And the proper management system supports the achievement of those fundamental safety objectives. To ensure gradual competence and safety culture development on every stage of the project, a holistic national HRD plan should be drafted. Playing a significant role in recipient countries' program, we support embarking countries through the whole process of nuclear infrastructure development. So let me share you our ESA process approach. As you see in the slide, we have a certain comprehensive support method based on IAEA method. We start with development of a stakeholder map. Then, planning an NPP project, a country needs to assess the current status of its nuclear infrastructure development And then we compare the current status of nuclear infrastructure with a target model for the country to be achieved through a number of improvement activities performed by all stakeholders involved in the project. Assessing risks for the particular project, we are able to elaborate a plan for nuclear infrastructure development. So risk matrices are developed, risk is allocated to certain stakeholders, measures of risk management and mitigation are provided. And after all these actions are carried out, a follow-up review can track the process. So the whole cycle can be repeated. According to the assessment of results, Rosatom provides services in competencies development for nuclear infrastructure through training, documents development, and consulting services. The basis for the risk management measures time planning is the level of risks that identified gaps pose to the project. Typical gaps usually include first of all, lack of organizational and functional model that creates uncertainties of who is responsible for what exactly, and that might result, for instance, in a risk of lack of necessary financing from the responsible organizations for carrying out certain activities in nuclear infrastructure development. Secondly, it's lack of qualified personnel in the involved organizations for nuclear energy program development. And here we are talking not only about operational personnel on the nuclear facility, but also about nuclear infrastructure personnel. And the third one is lack of comprehensive legal and regulatory framework. And eventually, these gaps might result in failure to meet safety requirements and delays in licensing. We all would agree that any nuclear facility project is truly a long-term commitment for a country, so it is crucial to understand and keep in mind its key milestones. Usually project and nuclear infrastructure activities are closely linked to licensing stages of the EPC contract. So this slide shows us a general layout of the project activities and shows us the activities from the stakeholders and NEPIO or operator regulator that should be implemented for getting licenses. Basically, this schedule is an indicative for an HRD plan development and capacity building targets. It would seem that the development of operational personnel is one of the most complex processes, because traditionally MPP personnel training starts 6 or 7 years before actual NPP commission. But I would like to highlight that nuclear infrastructure personnel development should start much earlier, at the moment of the decision on nuclear project is made in the country. Development the documents requires certain skills from operator, regulators, and stakeholders. So lack of these relevant skills and competences to develop those documents, for example, and therefore lack of those documents in the program create challenges for obtaining licenses, and thus challenge for the EPC contract commissioning and performing in time. So as well, one should not forget about nuclear regulators personnel. It is crucial. It is crucial part of customers' development and a very important component of the program. What can we as a vendor do to ensure the competencies development, that there is necessary amount of qualified personnel in the country or at the facility or at managing the nuclear energy program? We have several ideas that we already put in practice in our projects. So basically, main channels of collaboration are named in this slide. First of all, it's nuclear infrastructure development and personnel capacity building. It's support of the regulator, raising public awareness, IAEA cooperation, and education expert. So Further on, I will take a closer look on each one of those components. We have already covered the methodology of nuclear infrastructure assessment. So based on the results of this assessment, we analyzed the staffing level capacity, current state of knowledge management system in the industry, and availability of resources in the organizations involved, and then identify the areas for improvement. So first of all, the comprehensive HRD plan must be in place. It is developed by a team that consists of local experts and vendor experts. The team elaborates this HRD plan and transfers this document to the government, whereon NAPI or regulator operator personnel structure is based. Efficient nuclear facility requires development of 6 categories of personnel that you can see on the screen, and each personnel category has its own path for training. By virtue of joint research programs, we share our experience with scientific and research personnel. Construction and engineering personnel is provided with continuous training. Operational personnel goes for on-job training activities. I would like to show you a bit of the statistics on operational personnel training. Today, more than 4,000 foreign specialists undergo skills development and capacity building for NPP positions in specialized centers of Rosatom. It also implies practical training at existing facilities of Russian Federation. As part of the preparation of the operational personnel, the staffing table, job descriptions, and training programs are developed. So the experience that specialists gain in the framework of such trainings is a valuable contribution to nuclear knowledge system. And all the didactic materials and educational materials that are developed for this purpose are also transferred to the country. The identification of improvement areas is also helpful to define which measures should be taken for nuclear infrastructure personnel capacity building. This slide shows you the systematic approach to training. So, based on the functions stemming from legislation and organizational structures, one defines which personnel capacities and core competencies are required. Using that information, we are able to design an appropriate tailor-made training module that will be consistent with the project. For nuclear infrastructure personnel, these are usually short-term training courses on nuclear infrastructure issues, and the materials are also transferred to the country, and they serve to create their own library for nuclear knowledge. According to the IAEA approach to human resource development, establishing and maintaining this systematic approach to training for nuclear workforce can improve both business performance and safety at the facility. So, for new nuclear power programs, all new nuclear power programs, they face staffing issues. And IAEA recommends special activities for predicting negative events. These activities include digital portal on human resource development, promoting new ways of learning in digital era, and producing a document on leadership for nuclear businesses. A nuclear facility project would also require a regulator that is duly prepared for the analysis of the documentation and licensing process. It requires well-planned regulatory cooperation. On this slide, you may see our approach to it. Well-established cooperation between the regulatory bodies and also a formed dialogue with the technology vendor and operating organization in order to establish these mechanisms of communication as per IAEA requirements. We use an integrated approach through the interagency agreement of cooperation. The eventual goal is to establish coordination for holistic nuclear infrastructure advancement. Rosatom Service acts as a secretarial office, So we gather the input data on nuclear infrastructure development status, we analyze the risks for the project abroad, and identify the gaps that require measures to be implemented. For every nuclear energy program, public acceptance is also a crucial question. So to pass over our experience abroad, Rosatom established Rosatom International Network, another organization. Its goal is to form and develop a network of cross-border regional centers, ensuring public acceptance of nuclear energy and Rosatom technologies abroad. So in order to get public opinion, we hold public consultations, educational seminars with NGOs or journalists, for example, and open lectures. For instance, in Bolivia, for several years, we carried out open lectures on non-power applications and peaceful uses of nuclear energy and benefits of nuclear technologies that attracted more than 1,000 participants. Also, to inform public more broadly, Rosatom has built nuclear industry information centers. So these centers' main aim is educating people about the use of nuclear energy and how safety standards are implemented at the facility. Each center combines a 3D panoramic projection, computer graphics, animation. Today we have centers abroad, also in such countries as Bangladesh, Belarus, Vietnam, Kazakhstan, and Turkey. So can you imagine how many people are visiting information centers in a month? It is about 2,000 people per month. And remarkably, people who are visiting centers, many of them are changing their attitude to nuclear technologies. Also, popular reading materials are published for dissemination. For example, in Bangladesh, 30 Questions on Atom was published, and in Bolivia, Eletronuclear was published as well. So the original design of the cover was made by a famous Bolivian Indian painter, Mamani, which obviously attracted attention of many locals. Another way of cooperation is via IAEA technical cooperation projects. The work is organized within agreement between Russia and IAEA on an extra budgetary contribution on the implementation of projects within IAEA technical cooperation program for the development of nuclear energy infrastructure. Within this agreement, professional personnel training is carried out for the countries that are constructing or planning to construct their nuclear power plants. And for now, as you can see the statistics on the slide, from 2017 to 2019, 574 participants from 45 different countries passed education, passed courses in the framework of this program. And last but not least, in accordance with international practice, we have quotas for international students to be accepted on bachelor and master's programs to Russian nuclear universities. Today, almost 1,800 students from 40 different countries study in our universities. And afterwards, students are to conclude an employment contract for 5 years at the facility. Such an approach provides future nuclear facility with a target recruitment and competent personnel. Also, via these programs, we can overcome risks of lack of qualified personnel for the facility and nuclear power program and facilitate establishment of nuclear community at national level for the project contributing to the enhancement of nuclear management system and consolidation of the capacity in the country. In addition, in order to raise awareness among students about the importance of timely development of nuclear infrastructure, an agreement was signed between Murphy, it's a nuclear university in Russia, and Rosatom Service, an agreement on internship. So in future, when the students return to their countries, they become ambassadors of nuclear infrastructure. They will be at the vanguard of their nuclear industry, having in mind comprehensive understanding of nuclear energy program and its needs. But all of it would not be possible without our expert community. To provide the precise piece of advice, we established an intelligent octopus system. We can enjoy the expertise of almost 200 experts working for Rosatom enterprises or Russian nuclear industry enterprise. To advise on nuclear branch establishment is a highly responsible role, so we can approach the high-level supervisors and arrange councils and implement their knowledge, experience, and expertise to the good of our partners. So, to sum up, I would like to say that the key to everything is to be united as a team. And I would like to leave you with a few conclusions. Since the most efficient nuclear infrastructure development requires cross-organizational nuclear expertise and programs, does the formation of trilateral plan between recipient country, IAEA, and technology vendor sound as a rational consequence? Would it be most beneficial to include more practical measures and distribution of activities and responsibilities on nuclear infrastructure development in the intergovernmental agreements? Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. That's all for today for me.
Sorry. Thank you, Daria, for your presentation. Now we have Now we have Mr. Juan Pablo Ordoñez that are going to make our presentation. Welcome, Mr. Juan. Let me introduce Mr. Juan. He's a nuclear engineer, graduated from Institute Baseiro in 1981, and a Master of Science from IT at 98. He's worked for INVAP for 40 years, mainly in the field of research reactor. He's a professor in the Institute Baseiro and has recently been Undersecretary for Energy Planning in Argentina. Welcome, Mr. Juan.
Okay.
Thank you very much to stay with us. Please.
Well, I will start sharing my screen. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to address this audience. Just a small correction, you presented me as CEO of INVAP, but I am actually the Chief Strategy Office, CSO, and my presentation, I am humbled by the depth and the knowledge of the two previous speakers, but my presentation will be focused on a slightly different topic, which is not knowledge management internal in the company, but what has the business strategy got to do with knowledge management? So how we, from a strategic point of view of the company, from the strategy of INVAP, how we go about managing knowledge. And so it will have three parts, my presentation. The first part is a short description of our activities in INVAP. The second part is how we tie our business strategy to our knowledge management strategy. And the third part are just some human resources statistics in the company which may be interesting for you. So first part, INVAP. INVAP, we are a state-owned company based in the Rio Negro state. Our revenue is $200 million a year, roughly. And we have 1,300 employees. But although we are a state-owned company, we live from what we sell. So the wages and the investment of a company come all from contracts we have. And our main contracts come from states, whether the Argentinian state or foreign states. Of our revenue, roughly half of it comes from sales within Argentina, and half of it comes from sales abroad, including most of the world. So we have places in Argentina, different offices in Argentina. Our headquarters are here in Bariloche, where I live and from where I'm speaking now. And we have branches in different parts of the world, in different countries, mainly countries in which we have built facilities. What we do are technological projects. So we don't operate, we don't do too much research, some development, but mainly we are a project-oriented company, designing and building facilities tailored to the client's need. So we design for client requirements. We don't have a series of projects. We don't repeat similar facilities, but each facility is a new design tailored to the client requirements. In the nuclear area, we are specialized in research reactors. We have built several research reactors in the world, and presently we are building one for Argentina, the RA-10. We are designing one for the Netherlands. We are building one in Saudi Arabia. We are refurbishing one in Algeria, and we are, of course, last but the most important in this audience, we are designing the R&B reactor in Brazil with the CNEN and the Amazul companies. So we also have a branch in aerospace, and there we design and manufacture satellites, both scientific satellites or Earth observation satellites, and also communication satellites. Where main clients in this field are the Argentine agencies dealing with space science called CONAE, and the Argentine company dealing with satellite communications called ARSAT, and we have built satellites for both of them, and now we are in the process of starting to participate in call for bids for communication and scientific satellites abroad. We also have a branch in defense and government, we call, and in that we mainly design and install radars, both for air-controlled radars and also defense radars. And we also have designed and installed several meteorological radars, so radars for weather assessment. We also have an industrial branch which pays services to industry and applies our technological capabilities to different branches in the industry. And we have also, we also installed, we also installed the digital TV infrastructure in Argentina, and we also, this kind of project, we also install in other Latin American countries, for other Latin American countries. And another branch of our company is nuclear medical centers. So we have installed several nuclear medical centers in Argentina, in Venezuela, in Bolivia. We are installing 3 of them. So all of these are projects that involve technology, blending the technology with the buildings and the rest of the infrastructure, and delivering the project to our clients, mostly in a turnkey basis. As you see from what we do, the fields of knowledge are quite broad. The disciplines we need to manage in our company, within our company, are quite broad, but all these fields share some core competencies that allowed us to move from one field to the other in a seamless way. So this is first part, describing the company. Now, the framework in which we work, the world in which, the technology world in which we work, it's what I want to speak of now. And what we've seen in the 20th century and in the 21st century is a very fast increase in the rhythm, in the step, in the speed of innovation. So for centuries, for millenniums, the world lived with a very slow pace of innovation, and the world didn't change during a lifetime. So people used to die in a world that was very similar to the world in which they had been born. And because the step of technological change was in the order of one innovation, disruptive innovation every 1,000 years. In the late Middle Ages, this rhythm, this speed increased to one innovation every 100 years. Then in the 20th century, or after the Industrial Revolution, there was one innovation every 30 years. In the 20th century, we can identify one disruptive innovation every 10 years. And I'm only speaking about disruptive innovations, things that game-changing innovations. And now in the 21st century, we have innovations permanently. And this is a significant challenge for knowledge management, because the speed of innovation is so fast that just keeping ahead of the wave is extremely difficult for us as persons, but for us as companies also. What I'm saying here is that the speed of technological innovation is so fast that there's actually continuous innovation. So if your company, or if you as a person of your company is not capable of innovating in a continuous way, then it would be left behind by the wave, by the innovation wave. And so the answer for that is to have a continuous of project, because what causes the innovation is when you are working in projects, when you have a client that is interested in something that is not feasible right now, but it is useful for them, and that is where innovation happens. So you have to have a continued project. If you do one project now and then another project in 10 years from now, in these 10 years, the competition and the new technologies will mean that you are completely out of the market. Now, a country like Argentina, and most countries in the world, Argentina is an economy that is in the middle range. The internal market of Argentina is not capable of sustaining this continuous wave of innovating projects. We are roughly 1% of the world economy, and you just cannot, with the internal market of 1% of the world economy, stay in the front of the wave in innovation. So today with this, and this has to do with the speed of innovation. In a world that was more stable, there was the opportunity for doing high technology things within the borders of a country and not being left behind. But in the 21st century, that's just not possible. So there are 2 or 3 possibilities. The first possibility is, well, some countries have a large enough internal market so they can sustain a number of projects, a continuity of projects that allows them to keep in the front of the wave. But there are very few of them. And of course there are areas, maybe in Argentina with the agricultural industry, we have a sufficient production capability to keep us innovating with just the internal market. But for most countries and in most disciplines, if you want to keep being in the front of the wave, you need to export. So we need to target our strategy to the global market, and that's what we have been doing in INVAP. So what we do in INVAP is use the internal market for developing products, but having always in mind that for these products being sustainable from an innovation and technological point of view, we need to go to the global market. So that's the first way is internal market. The second way is global market. We in INVAP have devised a third way of keeping ahead of the curve, which is just as was more for the need than for the strategy, but it happened, which is you can work in similar projects in different fields. So what we learn in nuclear, we were able to apply them to aerospace. What we learn in aerospace, we were able to apply that in defense. What we learn designing and manufacturing scientific satellites, we were able to apply them to communication satellites. What we learn in doing air traffic control radars, we were able to use that knowledge in defense radars and then in weather assessment radars. So you can ride or surf the wave, shifting people from project to project, even in different fields, as long as those very different fields require the same core capabilities. So we started here in research reactors, and the capabilities roughly when we're doing in Egypt, we were able to shift some capabilities from the nuclear field to the aerospace field, and so we started with the aerospace field. These satellites, SAOCOM-1 and SAOCOM-B, SAOCOM-B was launched earlier this year. They have radars, so in designing these radars, we were able to learn the radar technology, and we apply that technology to our radar projects. And so we started with the radars, and then, of course, if you are doing long communications through long range to satellites and to planes in field, the digital TV infrastructure was a natural follow-up to us. So that's a third way of being able to ride the wave. Internal market, global market, shifting capabilities between different fields, and that's what we have done in INVAP, and that was has allowed us to work by almost 50 years now within different technology fields, and being able to finance ourselves to live from what we sell in a country that is not known as a technology powerhouse as Argentina. So we stress that part of our capabilities is shifting from fields to field. For doing this, it's fundamental that we are in a very close contact with the universities and the research community, the research and development community in Argentina. So what we are in INVAP is a sort of a bridge between the academic research and development and the industry needs. We fill that gap, being able to draw knowledge from the universities and the science and technology system in Argentina and use them to design products that the market wants and is willing to pay for. So just for example, in one of our satellites, these satellites called Aquarius, there were participants from abroad. The National Science and Technology System participates through several universities. 140 companies in Argentina supplied parts for the satellite. INVAP was the main contractor, and CONAE, the Comisión Nacional de Actividades Espaciales in Argentina, was the client. In this process of making, keeping the knowledge flowing, the most relevant part is people, and that has been shown by the previous two speakers. So the first is people, second is process, third facility, and in fourth place comes capital. So knowledge management is mostly strategic management, as I explained previously, and then people management. Third layer is data management and databases, but people is the most important asset in knowledge management. So just for example, the principal tasks within a project are, first of all, getting the job. And that is a part of the strategy that is fundamental. Probably the most difficult part is getting someone to pay for what you are doing. And that involves strategy, involves marketing, involves also culture, because you need to get a good rapport with the other parties. Then design, management, executing, QA, risk management, very important, and optimization of the operation later on. And this has been covered quite in deep way by the two previous speakers. Just short statistics, and with this I'm finishing. In INVAP we have 1,300 employees, 1,341 employees actually today. 20% of them are female and 80% are male. Technology and engineering is still very much a male-dominated field. We need to make more effort to incorporate more women to the engineering field. The average age of the people in our company is 41 years, and we have roughly a quarter of the company is beyond 50 years. I am, of course, included in that 25%, that quarter. This is a bit old stats, but we have roughly half of the company are engineers or different sort of professionals. A quarter of the company are technicians, and the rest are administrative and operational or people in operations. And these are the disciplines we have in our company. And as you see, a significant part of the professionals are electronical engineers. And of course, this is because all our fields in which we work use electronics. And I would say all field in technology today uses electronics. And of course, we have chemical engineers, nuclear engineers, industrial engineers, mechanical engineers. Roughly of our professionals, I would say that 3/4 of them are in the field of engineering. And this is the average years they are working in the company, and we have people that are quite new. So this is also important in knowledge management, to manage the flow of new people within the company, and this is a challenge that has again been pointed by the previous two speakers. So that's all from my side. I hope it was useful for the audience, and I'm looking forward for questions at the end of the session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Juan. Now, okay. Oh, a minute. Sorry. On a minute, please. Now we have Mrs. Cecilia. Miss Cecilia is graduated in administration, emphasized in marketing at the South Fluminense University. She is postgraduated in administration and make MBA in the market and also in research and human research. She worked at the INB 11 years, and she worked until INB. She worked in the petroleum area. Please, Ms. Cecilia.
Obrigado, Celso.
Thank you, Celso. I am replacing André due to an unforeseen problem. He is the director of human resources of Framework, and also the first steps of this project, where it came from and where it is going. Just to make it clear about our processes, INVAP is very complex in terms of knowledges because it encompasses mining. You can say the cycle, the enriching, and also the manufacturing of the tablets and of the fuel and energy generation. Thinking about knowledge in the world currently, the new way press the companies to be more and more creative, innovative, and agile. This is this world with new features. There are fast changes, unforeseen scenarios. The interconnection of the world totally globalized with the digital transformation and new and unknown situations. This brought the need to develop new capacities and resilience in creative thinking, agility, proactivity, flexibility, multidisciplinarity, diversity, collaboration, and risk control, risk management to deal with all this knowledge. Knowledge management in this world is understood as a strategic resource to create value for the company delivery. It will prepare the organization for digital transformation, explore synergies, make this environment more cooperative, connect the experts within the company itself, fasten the process of access to information, foster solution generation, disseminate good practices, support decision making, and avoid a critical knowledge loss. As was mentioned before, knowledge management is very broad, encompassing, and it's hard to explain within the company and even to other companies how knowledge management is built within the company, because it's made by different practices and tools that has its end goal, that is to generate knowledge. Each company has its own methodology and see the knowledge in itself differently. INVAP started in 2018 within our strategic planning to understand knowledge as a strategic value. There is this project that it started in 2018 with 3 steps. First was to create the diagnostic of the current landscape, and then secondly to assemble the structure of the functioning of knowledge management within the company, and the third stage was to assemble an action plan to consolidate those practices within the company. And most important of all, in our first step was to understand what is knowledge for the company, because everything that we generate at each moment is knowledge in itself. So we are at the point to identify knowledge for the company, what is important to keep, and to generate this flow. In this first stage, we did this diagnosis with a diagnostic with methodology applied by an state body of applied research in the state companies, within the companies in Brazil. And I copied this methodology, applying within the company. It encompasses 5 steps, that is reaction, initiation, introduction, refining, and maturity. We have 26 forms that are 626 forms we detected that we are in the level of introduction. We observe the practice of knowledge management in some sectors of the institution. So at this point, we already have actions within the company that are defined as knowledge management, but that were not mature yet. And also we identified something else. As the pillar for technology, we had 75% of the responders that see these practices of knowledge management under this technology pillar. And for people, it's not understood as such. We see that the company has many practices with actions for knowledge management, but there are actions that are easier to be perceived by the collaborators than others. If you ask someone, there is internet access to technology and IT, and then people answer yes. But when we tackle people, human resources management, is hard to be perceived and give names. At the second stage, we create this structure, this project of knowledge management in the company. We see that knowledge management is not only part of HR, it is necessary a facilitating environment. Human resources department is the representative within the company and has all the different business units to implement the actions. We are working with 5 pillars: leadership, people, technology, process, innovation. These pillars, we work the actions within each pillar to be part within the flow of the information that comes. We define that we will be working in 6 steps. That is to learn, to apply, and innovate, share, store, and enjoy. All the actions that we do in each pillar, we have as final or end object to make this cycle or this loop of information within the company. The main actions that we applied, remind you that we are in the first steps in knowledge management, were to get the demand to create this program within the institutional strategic planning. The second step, there was the survey in terms of maturity in knowledge management, define the infrastructure, and build a action plan. Within the major actions, within the plan, we have some as the plan for knowledge exchange. We defined a system and a methodology so that we are able to transfer the knowledge. And then we have this voluntary dismissal program where 211 collaborators left the company. So we assembled the system to assess the level of information that we could retain. And it was a very brief moment, but some actions were made to retain this knowledge. We also started an action on lessons learned for strategic actions in a way to retain lessons learned on successes and failures, and made available in a digital platform to share the lessons learned. Another action that is very important that we in deploying is the data band of experts that we have the goal to map all the activities of the employees of the companies. We have this data bank of experts in what you're doing currently in the company, and this data bank comes with the objective to create this way to localize those that hold the knowledge within the company, that for you will be able to assemble working groups based on the knowledge that is shared. Another action that we have is the ideas channel. It's a channel for suggestions, and we already had it, having had it for, but it's only in one unit, in one facility. We have already 8 facilities, and we want to expand to the whole company for innovation suggestions, where everyone can suggest changes in processes, workflows or materials, or even in the product in its, Also, we have another action with more dedication this year. Was critical knowledge mapping, and I'll talk more about it. The critical knowledge mapping was created for improvement of processes. Then we divide into 3 stages. First one, to identify the major process in the unit. This was deployed in one unit, in one facility, and create the categories to understand which were the more critical ones. We saw 90 processes and surveyed and identifying 40 critical process, and within these 40 processes we mapped the more important knowledges as in a whole 65, and generating 8 critical knowledges. The third stage was the knowledge transfer plan to exchange or transfer the knowledge. We have some images that you can see about on our event. You can see the number of professionals taking part with multidisciplinarity, engineers, business managers, IT professionals, human resources professionals, and many others. We have got to these points in critical knowledge mapping. We identified that there is still, even after the process of voluntary dismissal program, we identified many employees to be dismissed in the short, medium, and long terms. That is critical for the company. We don't have this policies to mentorship for knowledge transfer. Our transfers take place without any structure or framework or guidelines. And these moments take place all the time. We identify as well some important knowledges that are centralized in collaborators that were not members of our employees team. In some situations, we identified that important processes did not have detailed instructions and procedures. They were more straight to the point, only describing the process and not detailed as a step-by-step guidelines. And we also identified that we don't have the political preparation, the formal for critical posts. And there are these posts, this need of formalized policies that throughout time to prepare the replacement that we know that in this a kind of field of nuclear facilities take time. We have to prepare very early on for replacements and some behavior that should be developed to knowledge transfer, and therefore to achieve efficacy of this knowledge transfer. And it is the relationship between those that hold and the knowledge and those that will be the receipt of this knowledge to be prepared. We started this in the beginning of the mapping of critical knowledge, and throughout the whole process we defined that our great purpose was to increase the readiness in the company, which is very very important, especially in this niche in the nuclear sector. We have to increase this readiness in terms of knowledge. Based on this mapping of critical knowledge, we create this infrastructure of knowledge transfer that takes place all the time. So in this program, we take into account this 8 critical points. There should be some steps to achieve efficacy. In the first moment we planned this transfer, there was a moment of creating awareness, participating the holders and the receivers of the knowledge, and we aligned the needs and expectations of both parties because they were participating of the program. The need to develop or capacity build all the employees, why there was necessary to acquire the knowledge. We now have the electronic system that can do the follow-up. Therefore, it is planned with sessions. In the moment of the alignment of needs and expectations, the holders and the receivers align the moment in it being possible. Physical work classes, shadowing. There are many practices that can be applied at this point. And putting them, both parties together, they define themselves how is the best way to apply, which is the best methodology, how it is best to assimilate knowledge and how the holder of knowledge to expose it. So it was very important because we made propositions, but during the alignment we changed to benefit the people that would be taking part of this process. Then after the alignment part, we have the part of knowledge transfer concretization. Each one has different timelines with different people. And human resources, along with business department and the participants, are in this process and have this checklist to follow up all the points involved, difficulties, feedback from both parties, and in the end, most importantly, achieve outcomes that are defined with the holders and receivers. And besides having the result of the hard knowledge, we also demand that at the end of the process, the achieved results show the way to explicit the knowledge acquired. So during the planning and align, there is a definition how this will be the exposition of the knowledge, and not only the hard knowledge in itself. I'll show 3 models of processes of knowledge transfer based on the job training, so that you can visualize or better understand. Well, we are working with process engineering, where there is manufacturing inspection related to the fuel and its components, and we have 2 critical processes, which is to develop and optimize the process in process engineering and develop and specify equipment and inputs. We map the critical knowledge, which is the chemical process for manufacturing support of powder and tablets, and the mechanical process for manufacturing and assembly of the fuel element and its components. And we have the most experienced employees must have this base of knowledge and how the chemical and mechanical process work of the plant, so they can do their job. It's very complicated, this knowledge. It's intense, and during the meetings for the transfer planning, we define that should be in a class, and as there is very theoretical content, we decide that there would be a class where the professionals would co-create, and in the end, the intention is that explicit outcome, besides the hard knowledge acquired during the class, they will create a full document on how all the process take place. It's much more than procedures. It will be a book encompassing all processes, the background, the explanations, and we'll create this knowledge data bank that will be shared among the employees that are part of this department or these sectors. I brought this example for equipment maintenance for nuclear fuel manufacturing, and as we are a state company, our recruiting goes through a public examination. We cannot define experience, we only define the educational background, so we have to develop the fields because there are very specific equipments. So within the sector, we map the critical hard knowledge, which is the maintenance of equipment for reconversion and tablets. So during the meetings for our knowledge transfer planning, we chose mentoring practices which will take longer. This exchange of experiences with many steps and levels. So there was defined that this mentoring practice will be create a log for maintenance step by step with images and descriptions. And at the end of this process, we established that there will be the elaboration of a guideline of work with videos and images on a step-by-step detailing the process that went well or not. So besides all the lessons learned in manufacturing maintenance, therefore we'll have this document as well. The last example that I brought is for radiology protection, which the process is defined as critical was segregation and storage of debris and knowledges or general knowledge related to the area, like norms, law, internal, external control systems, and regulations on radiology protection, safety. This is critical within the company. Our level of awareness, readiness is low. We have few professionals within this area. It is a knowledge that was identified to increase the level of awareness and readiness. So among our meetings and planning, we define mentoring practices to take place with training, on-the-job training, and creation of a full document for work instruction, because now we have lots of procedures, but we don't have a very detailed document. So that's all I wanted to show to you. Our actions for knowledge management, how we were able to assemble it, and how we are working with it in our company. So mentioned the previous presentation, knowledge management is very encompassing, and we have our sectors that in our company that work with human resources to create this practice and to have the flow of information, create, share, store. In each step, we have a facilitator that supports our actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Congratulations for your presentation. I'd like to ask support for some help. I cannot access the questions. I'd like to see the questions. Pedindo ajuda para poder ter acesso às perguntas. Juan, can you listen to me? Eu não tenho.
What is the 5% of the budget your company dedicates to knowledge management transfer among employers, and if it's not budget in terms of labor effort, such as dedicated staff, course coaching, and others? Can you begin, Juan?
Oh, for sure, but I don't have the actual data.
Eu não tenho os dados, na verdade.
On budgetary terms. As I explained, knowledge management is mostly done by the assignation of the people to different projects. But I would say that it probably is within a few percent, is more than 1%, certainly less than 5%. So it would be around 1% what we devote to general knowledge management. Estimate is not a precise estimate.
Thank you. Ms. Daria, do you want to complete?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, though it is quite difficult to estimate the amount, because as you understand, Rosatom is quite a big corporation that has different facilities and also different organizations that have, so we perform all sorts of skills development programs, capacity building programs, even for the employees of the organizations, and there are thousands of them. Also, there are different projects, for example, with university or scientific organizations, in order to maintain the knowledge or create new ones through the investigation and science projects. And as well, there is another very important project going on right now about digitalization of all the activities, and let's say that helps to maintain all the knowledge and preserve it in the industry. So it's a very complex and diversified activities that Rosatom is carrying out in this regard.
I agree.
Thank you. Mr. Christophe, Mr. Martin.
He's gone.
Okay.
We have a specific situation here at Framatome, because our knowledge management program is a change program. So it was there to boost knowledge management activities and to elaborate shared services, facilitation, new platforms. So it's only part of knowledge management, because everybody in the company is expected to perform some form of knowledge management. But our program is funded. We have 5 million euros each year for a company that has 3.5 billion euros of turnover. So it doesn't mean much, because it's not what knowledge management costs, but it's what the CEO has decided to invest into boosting knowledge management in the company.
Cecília, você gostaria de fazer os comentários?
Hoje a empresa é uma empresa estatal, né? Ela recebe.
It's a state-owned company. It receives a budget from the government, and it's divided in different areas in the company for knowledge management and different areas of capacity building for development. So we don't have a specific budget for knowledge management, because all the actions are shared. And so we have an area of IT that's very strong in the company, that works together with human resources to develop internal systems. So all our management, knowledge management processes are totally digital, with no budget, and totally within the company. So it supports our developments, our projects, to transform all our actions into this digital world. So everything that happened this year, we have, after everything that happened this year, we have developed more online trainings. So we did not act in this area very much. So now we have some future projects to work, more technical knowledge within the company to be developed by the company itself, and all virtually and digitally. So the budget is done that way right now.
We have some more questions here. First came from Sonia. In the case of nuclear technology industry and company, it would appear that there is a greater possibility of sustaining knowledge management programs over time and of maintaining trained human capital than those for public institutions, for example, in regulatory organization. Given the safety is of utmost importance in the development and application of nuclear energy for all key stakeholders, are there synergy or good practice that could benefit the entire public-private nuclear sector, creating a safety culture in complex and a long-term process? How do we ensure that the training provides, for example, by the agents' cooperation, specifically in newcomers, has the expected result and knowledge is maintained over time? What hold does the technology supply might have across the time? It's a very big. Who wants to start? It's a big question for all. Juan, can you start?
And I started the previous one, so I think that to be fair, Daria or Martina, Cecilia should start this one, but I can contribute something later.
Okay. Daria?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. So I think that probably international platforms are the good basis for creation of nuclear knowledge system and preservation of knowledge. So probably a newcomer country should start its first steps in this regard with some training IAEA programs, or for example some partner inspections of 1.0. Also, there are some possibilities for safety culture assessment, like there is a mission, IAEA mission for safety culture assessment that gives the recommendations on the improvement of safety culture in the country, and of course then the country can support the partner in this regard.
Okay. Martin?
Well, it's a difficult question. I see two questions in what
yes.
been said. The first question is about sustainability. How can we make sure that these knowledge management programs are sustainable? And the other one is about making these practices shared with the safety authorities and other organizations of the nuclear field. So in the first step, sustainability is a real question, because knowledge management programs give their full value over a long period of time. It's about 10 years before you really see the benefit. So you need to have some strong support from the company and from the CEO to go on and make sure that the program evolves and stays on the top of the strategic agenda. So we have in the company the support of our CEO, because he knows what knowledge management is. He's been in other companies and he's seen what it has brought, and we are taking this opportunity to share our best practices with EDF, with the safety authorities. We are in close contact with the R&D team of our safety authorities in France. So we share our practices in knowledge management. So everybody goes in the same direction. But to make sure that it's sustained for a very long period of time, either you have to prove that it's the return on investment is correct and that you have nice figures, which is something you can do, but you need time for that. And the other way to sustain this is actually to rely on regulation or law. And so we take whatever opportunity we can find of having documents coming from IAEA or ISO regulation or ISO standards regarding knowledge management, such as the ISO 30401, which describes what a knowledge management system is and should be. And each time we find such a document, we try to introduce it in the company to convert everything we do into something that is a law and that is a regulation and will be sustained over time. So that's my answer. It's a difficult question because sustaining all these practices in knowledge management, which cost. I mean, there is no doubt about the fact that transferring knowledge, sharing knowledge, capitalizing knowledge is not something you do at the end of the day. It's something you spend time on. If you want to prove that it's really available, that it's really profitable for the company and useful for the industry, you need to have a very long period of time ahead of you. And so we spend a lot of time measuring what we do. We measure a lot. We measure the activities, knowledge management activities. We measure the output of these activities. We measure how the output is actually being used. And we finally measure the return on investment by identifying the good stories, nice stories of success that can be connected to the knowledge management practice. And over time, if you do that, then you tend to have a lot of friends, and finally the practice becomes sustainable.
Yeah, that's difficult. Okay. We have one question for you, Cecilia. Cecilia, you will make it in Portuguese. Nós temos muitos engenheiros que são formados na área.
We have many engineers that are in the nuclear engineering, graduated in nuclear engineering by the Federal University and other institutions, but many after they have graduated, because they have difficulty to access the market, they give up on their profession, and others, when they join the company have to have a long process of training with them. How do you see this arrival of new engineers to the company, and how can you make this path easier for them? This is a very difficult question. As we say, we are a state-owned company, so the access line for the company is through a public examination. Only we demand just some engineering. We have 14% of our employees are engineers, only 14% of our 14,000 employees. So only a few have nuclear engineering as post-graduation, and only one of our employees has a graduation in nuclear engineering. So it's a knowledge that we acquire in the market. It's very low compared to the number of employees that we actually have. The percentage of engineering is very low, only 14%, and we try to development in the company, each knowledge area with its specificities, and since mining engineering until nuclear engineering, so we have different areas of engineering, and they are very complex that we try to develop within the company. So many procedures, many instructions. We have over 2,000 instructions and procedures in the company for each process. So it's a lot of knowledge that we try to multiply within the company. This is how we act in the company. We try to develop and boost knowledge of the employees with the knowledge and the resources we have.
That's very interesting. How can we combine the preparation of the workers inside the factories with the collaboration of outside, the market outside. How can we combine this?
I'm not sure I understand the question. To say 2 words on the previous question of the safety culture.
Please.
I think it's in the word culture is the answer. So if we are considering safety culture as a culture, that leads to the answer, natural answer of the question, and I think it has to do with values. So it has to do with values. The values expressed by the company are expressed in the culture. The commitment of the top management, as Martin said, is fundamental, is the first importance. And also these values are expressed in examples. So the example of the people working set the value. And this is also relevant when you consider how to transfer this safety culture to clients, to other organizations. Only by example, you can transfer values and with commitment. Without that, it's not embedded in documents, it's not embedded in software or in procedures or that kind of thing. It's mainly embedded in values. If you can rephrase the question, because I'm not sure I quite understood the question you were asking.
The other question is, how can we combine the preparation that the factor, the companies make inside it, with the preparation that the workers, the future workers, has in the university? How can you combine these 2 things, the preparation of the workers in the university and with the preparation inside the factories, inside the companies? How can you combine this to have more exports, to have someone more prepared to make the work when they arrive at the company?
Okay, I think there are two different approaches to answering this question. First, maybe the question relates more to the people entering into the company at universities, but I want also to address how you transfer the technology to the clients, because eventually they have to operate the facilities, and probably the answer goes to in the same way in both cases. And it is mainly technology, knowledge is learned by doing. You cannot learn to play piano just reading music. You have to put your fingers on the keyboard and touch them, and then you learn to play piano. And the same is with knowledge. Most knowledge is learned by doing. So when we in INVAP transfer knowledge to our clients, and that technology transfer is a large part of our commitment to our clients, we involve them, we incorporate them in the core of the project. They are actually doing work in the project that if it weren't done by them, it needs to be done by other people, by other INVAP's employee. So we think that's the best way. And I think that works also for incorporating new people and tying the university to the company. On-the-job practice, professional practice inside the companies, I think is the right way for both parties. For the company to transfer and to prepare the students for fast entry into the work world, into the labor world, and also for the students to see and learn how the life in a company is, and if they want to participate in that particular company. So I think that these sorts of trainees in the company are a benefit for both the trainee and the company training them. In INVAP, and as you said in my CV, I am a professor at Balseiro Institute, and we encourage our employees that have academic capabilities to teach in the university, because it both keep us on our toes with young people asking us questions and pushing us and challenging us, and they also get contact within the company and can then come and see and visit. So it works for both. So I think that, as in most human relationships, the closer the interaction is, the better for both parties.
Very good. Cecília, temos uma pergunta
Cecília, we have a question for you.
Né? Como a gestão do
How
conhecimento...
does knowledge management can support the INB business? Do you have any program currently to disseminate such actions to your employees and efficiently carry out this part? Okay, nowadays we have a page in the company intranet with all the actions in terms of knowledge management. We usually have a report with everything that was done, all the inferences, all the things that I presented have reports with several pages explaining everything that was done. So we have this channel at the intranet so that employees can access whenever they want. We send emails disseminating the program. This year we had planned to have a forum of knowledge management in the company, a physical forum with the participation of all the employees and the board, but it was not able. So we are only counting on this dissemination digitally. But for next year, we intend to have plans to build this forum to disseminate this knowledge management within the company.
For KM, and in fact, how many years are they applying this work?
Well, it actually started when the company was recreated. As you know, the Areva group was split in 2016, and then we had another CEO joining the company, and he came from the steel industry. And he had been involved in knowledge management at ArcelorMittal, so he knew what it was about. But the real reason was the strategic planning of Framatome, which realized that our expertise was really our top differentiation, our top competitive edge. We needed to have very, very expert people. So suddenly knowledge became on the top of the strategic agenda. So it's not something that really changed. Well, actually, the fact that we had problems in Flamanville, as you know, we have on the EPR we had a certain number of technical problems, and we realized at that time that a lot of our experts had left the company. They went on retirement, and there were young people joining the company. So suddenly, the transfer of knowledge and the building up the expertise and making sure that it's on at the very top became at the top of the strategic agenda. That's the answer. And the plan we have is actually a 4-year plan for the program, but it extends to 10 years. Actually, the CEO told us, "I don't want this program to stop and for 10 years. It's a commitment. It's a 10-year commitment of the entire company."
I have a question here for Framatome, Rosatom, and INVAP. They ask, it's Framatome, Rosatom, and INVAP provide the knowledge management for other company service. Daria, can you begin?
Well, thank for the question. Rosatom provides, if we're talking about organizations, foreign organizations abroad, so of course, to our partner countries, we provide the wide spectrum of courses and educational activities. And during the nuclear infrastructure assessment, we can identify what measures should be taken in order to establish a solid nuclear management and preservation system, and then therefore give advices or even propose some kind of mitigation services in this regard.
Okay, Juan, can you complete?
Sorry, I was out of the mic. Yes, we provide technology to third parties. It's part of what we do. Mostly, there are different type of clients. Some clients just want a facility they will be able to operate, and they want just the knowledge needed for operating the facility, and of course that we as designers of the facility contribute much of that knowledge. But there are other clients that want research reactors or even satellites as a first step in developing nuclear capabilities in the country, and there are several of our clients that wanted the research reactor as that, and so part of those projects involve not just a facility for operating the facility through its lifetime, but also knowledge transfer. And as I said, the main tool for transferring knowledge that we use is incorporating people from the client in our project as project workers, and under the responsibility of INVAP as a designer.
Okay. To finish, Martin, can you finish our panel answer this question? We have a lot of questions, but we don't have more time. Can you close?
On closing, answering the question of, do we provide knowledge management services to our customers? Was that the question?
Yes.
Well, actually, we are heavily involved in training, of course. We train our customers, and a lot of our experts actually teach in universities, not only to customers, but to universities. So training, yes, we do that. We have been doing that for a long time. The other question is communities. We have a lot of internal communities of practice around corrosion, around welding, around a lot of practices and technologies, and our tendency is to actually open them to partners and customers every once in a while. So when communities have been running for a long time, they invite customers to challenge ideas and to share what we know to customers, which is very interesting. And finally, the objective, as was mentioned before, is since everything we know is bound to be embedded in some form of digital platform, because we talked about the wiki, we talked about the video platform, we didn't talk about virtual reality platforms and things like that, or models, 3D models of what we do. But all these platforms that we are using internally to develop our products and services are sometimes open to partners and customers. So it's a way of disseminating our knowledge in a controlled way. So we don't sell knowledge management services to our customers and partners, but we actually provide that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Cecilia, Ms. Daria, Juan, Martin. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the team of LAS. We have 10 minutes more than we planning. and I believe that it's time to finish. Thank you very much. Mr. Porter, do you want to close, or can I close direct the section?
Okay, thank you, Celso. I will close the section. Thank you, the speakers. It was very broad. I know the issue is very deep, it's very complex, but you gave the audience a very good know of what's going on in the industry about knowledge management. Some questions we're going to send you afterwards, then you can answer directly. And I would like to thank you, all the speakers, also to thank you, Mr. Celso, who moderates the panel very well. And just a few announcements. Tomorrow we have another 2 panels in the morning, in the afternoon. The day will be dedicated to the procedures to establish a knowledge management, also the tools, the recent tools that you have to do that. That's for the 2 panels tomorrow. Following immediately this panel, we will have a live from Eletronuclear ETN, Eletrobras. And there will be the title will be the strategy, the challenge to communicate during the pandemic. Okay, that will be a live direct from Eletronuclear. Thank you all the presenters. Thank you, Celso. Very well managed. Okay, and I hope everyone has enjoyed it.
Thank you. Goodbye, Daria. Goodbye, Juan. Goodbye, Martin. Cecilia. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Obrigado. Oh, you, Christophe. Oh.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
I think we have connection direct with Mr. Marco Antônio, né? Vamos passar para Portugal. Marco Antônio, né? Torres Alves. Boa tarde, Marco Antônio.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here in this one more event of Latin American sector of INS. I would like to share the presentation. First of all, I'd like to greet everyone. Just for everyone to know that Eletronuclear wanted to do something straightforward, but due to the time issues, I am stationed in Angra dos Reis, side by side with the nuclear plant, because here the internet's better. Marco Antonio is graduated in postgraduate. He's been part of the non-proliferation and safeguards. He was planning an evaluation officer back from 1992 to 2006, was a director of the Safeguards Division of National Nuclear Energy Commission, CNEM, for 9 years. He was president of the Brazilian Nuclear Energy Association from 1984 to 1986, and is the current president of the Latin America section of the American Nuclear Society. Mr. Martin holds a bachelor's degree in physics and master's degrees in nuclear engineering from the University of São Paulo, USB, and a PhD in nuclear engineering from the University of Karlsruhe, Germany. And since 1997, he is the charge of communication of Eletronuclear. Apologies for being so ahead and going boldly into my presentation. will be tackling on the challenge of communication of nuclear energy, nuclear power during the pandemic. Well, to talk about nuclear energy, leaving aside the pandemic, it's hard, but now it's even harder. The hardships grew stronger, but we were being able here at Eletronuclear take in good terms this task. Just to make it clear, when the discussions started on the pandemic, this became more acute by the end of February, start the beginning of March of this year. Eletronuclear established for overcoming or taking the strategy 3 objectives. The first, to safeguard the operation of Angra 1 and Angra 2. We understand that at a point where everyone were in lockdown, the supply of energy is a first need for the country, and even the maintenance of activities. There are priorities for development of the plant, like the construction work that is necessary permanently, as well as the construction work for the complementary unity for storage, for a dry storage of the radiated fuel, which is very complex, and Eletronuclear has a short timeline for fulfilling its conclusion. Besides all these operational objectives, we also have been having the goals to control the pandemic itself, especially the preservation of the health of all involved in the activities, and the company assumed the role to be in solidarity with the communities that are in the vicinities of the plant. We know that many companies closed their activities, the small businesses were very much affected, and we hear in the region there is a lot of inequality, and we know that the communities nearby were very much are suffering, and so we decided to be very to help this situation. Well, take into account the pandemic and the challenges brought to us at the communication level, some risks and opportunities at the same time, because side by side with the risk there is opportunity, and we try to work this in a very intensive way using our social media channels, because a major lesson of this pandemic is that the digital channel is essential. We cannot think on having some activity while being connected, taking this event as an example, as proof of that. And among the risks and opportunities that were presented, we had the risk of part of the interruption of the activities. In one of the scenarios, we took into account the possible contamination of the teams, that in which way we would be communicating how to manage the crisis of communication and a crisis in the reputation of the company. At the same time, we had to manage turnaround for refueling that maybe you don't know. It's a very extremely complex operation, not in a pandemic condition. It's step by step with organizations that must be perfect so that everything is in time and in due time, and we have to do this having to seamlessly communicating the restrictive measures so that this turnaround should take place without any impacts related to COVID. And also, Eletronuclear is maintains the foundation for healthcare encompassing the hospital in Praia Brava. And this hospital is a benchmark or a reference during the pandemic. And due to all this situation, we took over the communication of the activities of the hospital as a way to reinforce our company's reputation. Also, we had to manage was the closing of the nuclear observatory, which is the former center of information where we receive the visitors. Here we have a very great schedule. For the 6 months prior to the closing, we had the visit of important people, as well as the public visitation, and all of this generates a negative impact in the reputation of the company. Also, we dedicated ourselves in terms of risk of opportunities. We're related to emergency plan in terms of similarities that could be applied in association of ideas in terms of irradiation contamination, biological contamination. Taking this example of contamination, associating the biologic contamination into radioactive contamination. And we have this support in the social media that this would take place in the press or our counterparts. But fortunately, this did not take place. We know that this has not stopped. We're permanently surveying this, but we were concerned at the first moment, but we're still keeping it and giving our attention to it. And also we had the difficulties imposed by the pandemic, as well as all the companies were, that suddenly we had to adapt all our communication team into remote work, and also had an increase in demand in terms of internal communication, especially during the turnaround and related to the other enterprises that we are moving ahead. So it was an intense moment of risks, but as I said, as well as there is risk, there is opportunities for improvements. Then we tried during this period, as the focus was online communication, to be intense near the media as a whole and the social channels, social media. We have this schedule of publications that is weekly done, that we are part of in different networks. Eletronuclear worked with Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Instagram, that we are present. And we had to do a lot of work to supply the other information channels that we didn't have. But even so, it was not an easy moment. We tried as well during this time to create this editorial that is Energy for a New World, to get out of these discussions of the company's activity and nuclear power in electric power generation, we see that all this work of acceptance of nuclear energy and nuclear power, especially people are willing to deal with this through the social media and work with this possibility for nuclear energy, nuclear power can open to deal and change this public. We have many opportunities. As this other day, I was a speaker in an international seminar on nuclear energy. We have batteries for biomedical use, like space exploration, underwater exploration, new possibilities in medicine, or generation of energy for isolated communities. And then we took this opportunity, this increase of awareness online, to try to disseminate and to tackle this enchantment in terms of nuclear power. Although it was not a simple moment, especially from March up to now, we had a small crisis per se within this major one, which is the pandemic. For instance, as you can understand, we had a problem in this region with the surfers that were doing riots, manifestations, especially very present as social media, because the beaches were closed, because you may not know, where there is the residential village of the nuclear plant, is the only beach in the region that is proper for surfing. And one of the measures, one of the actions that Eletronuclear had to take was to close the access to the beach, and even obeying the municipal regulations that forbid the use of the beaches. And the surfers gave us a lot of work to deal with it, and this came with this reopening of the beaches, but we had to deal with that. We had to be very present and assemble meetings with the Surfers Association. It wasn't an easy one. And besides this one, in June we had a new step of the Lava Jato action, or the car wash program, or legal program, and we had the relationships with the shareholders, and more recently we had this crisis due to an action by the public attorney office due to the access to, and due to a news in the media that was very negative. There were mentioned lies or half-truths about these issues. Eletronuclear, as for you to know, we received a request on the answer from a major TV broadcasting company about a legal suit that weren't sent to Eletronuclear at the time. The Rede Globo, this TV broadcasting company, tried to reach us before we received this legal suit documentation, and we didn't have access. And to mitigate this, we had to do all this process of mobilizing the social networks and other media sectors to mitigate this issue and disseminate and inform the right and proper answer.
And all this work we have been carrying out, it's important to say that the executive board was acted very well in this issue, because they brought the issue of communication and the preservation of the image and reputation of the company to the center of the crisis. Nowadays, our communications is interconnected with all the areas that conduct this crisis, and it's very important because it allows us to mitigate problems before they actually happen. We can notice, if we notice that there is a problem that may happen, we immediately create a strategy to mitigate that problem that sometimes comes before or together with the problem. Another aspect which was very good was the solidarity issue. Eletronuclear identified immediately this aspect of being having solidarity with the communities around it. And several areas of this society needed some extra help. One of these segments were the artists here, the musicians that work in the nightclubs, that they had no jobs all of a sudden. And so we carried out an action with the local radio station, which is Costa Azul, and we included also the closed TV, and we promoted lives of these musicians, which were broadcast through the social media of Eletronuclear and also of the radio station, and also through net channel 10. And they joined local artists respecting all the security and hygiene protocols. And these artists would have their show, they received a payment for the show, and we also stimulated donations for the poor communities. So just to give you an idea, the last live that was conducted in the Nuclear Observatory Gardens with the plants Angra 1 and Angra 2, we were able to gather almost 3 tons of food donations, and we also did a specific work to help the indigenous population in the area. They were affected a lot by the COVID. They had to somehow change their way of life, and this investment in this digital solidarity is also changing to this issue of the lives of lectures. I'm going to show you a little bit more of some of these activities. One of the things that hindered us was the problem with the Nuclear Observatory, because it's a space that received many visitors, where the public had a lot of access, and we had to close it all of a sudden. We were not able to receive visitors anymore, and we had to reinvent a form, a way of for the space to continue active. So as you can see, this is our exhibit space. This is the team that works. This was one of the last days in which we had visitors. And so we started to have lives for the universities that used to visit us. We have had many lives. The universities are very interested in this. We have the University of Paraná. We have over 2,000 people watching this live. because when we have one university watching us, they disseminate to the other universities. So we had almost 2,000 people watching through Facebook or YouTube. It's like it's a class on nuclear energy. The same thing they would have if they had come here on a physical visit. We also had people from the University of Rio Grande do Norte, for UNOS, which is a university in São Paulo. And to conclude, we have had very good results for this strategy. We have had considerable growth in our social media. And more than this growth, we have seen that we are managing to preserve the image of the institution despite the crisis. So it's working so far, and we hope it will continue to work. This is what I had to say. I'd like to thank you. I pass the floor to Orpit. If anyone has any question, I'm open to answer questions. Thank you, Marco Antonio. Excellent presentation on the difficulties that Eletronuclear had to face during the pandemic. We have a question website I'm going to forward to you, but I'd like to ask two questions which I think are very interesting for those who are watching us. You talked about the help to the communities, people who have lost their jobs, which is a very noble attitude and very important in times of pandemic. Is there any action showing the advantage of keeping the jobs in Eletronuclear despite the pandemic? Because most of the companies had to reduce the number of employees, and I think Eletronuclear was able to keep all their employees. And another question I'd like to ask is that with the pandemic, you had to create new processes. For instance, we know companies that are doing delivering, are giving back buildings that they cannot use. Is there any action with Eletronuclear regarding these changes that may not hinder the efficiency of the company, but procedures that were being done for 30 years and that now are being done in a different way because of the pandemic? It's not a company that is specific for Eletronuclear. I think all the companies are facing this kind of problem. Maybe you could comment on that. First, let's go to the job. Yes, this keeping the jobs in the region, we understood that it was a key issue because Eletronuclear is the big employer in the region and the big conductor of the economy in this area. So those who don't work for Eletronuclear are affected or serve those who work for Eletronuclear. So the maintenance of this economy chain was very important. We were able to keep all our employees during this period. We had to put some people on home office, remote work, online work. Even those who had nothing to do at home, which are physical activities, even these people were able to come back slowly, but we had to adapt the way these people could work even from home. And regarding effective changes that are going to remain after the pandemic, I think it's important. We have learned to work remotely. Despite all the problems, we used to have many paper processes. Now we are learning to digitalize our processes. also regarding signatures, documents, and nowadays Eletronuclear has an area connected to computers, which is the digital area that has the role of improving these processes. One of the most efficient ways of communications we have in Eletronuclear, and which makes us very proud, is that we have a managerial meeting every day at 4 p.m. And in this meeting, all the managers are present. It used to be done by video conference. We had 3 or 4 places in Angra dos Reis, 2 places in Rio de Janeiro. And during this meeting, each director would talk what's happening in their area, in their department, and we would align the managerial body with the information about what's happening in the company. And all of a sudden, we had to do this remotely. And we managed to do it, to make it work. So this is something I think it's going to continue in the future. We are having this change in processes. We don't know yet what's going to remain and what's going to change, but we have learned a lot. We have gained in agility. I think this is going to, we are going to be able to give good use to that when the pandemic is over. Thank you, Marco Antonio. If there are any other questions, I'll try to send them to you. I'll have with the people from support, if your life can be put on another schedule during our symposium, maybe at lunchtime, because since it was after the presentations, maybe some people weren't able to watch it. Thank you very much. And from LAS-ANS, I'd like to extend the support to everything that's being done at Eletronuclear. Thank you, Arpet. I'm going to send your greetings to President Leonan, and I know that we are always together with LAS-ANS in this battle of developing the nuclear sector in the country. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, and good afternoon. Acho que agora acabou, né?
Argentine Agency for Accounting and Control of Nuclear Materials, ABAC, has the mission of building safeguards in the nuclear facilities of Argentina and Brazil to guarantee the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Regarding other verification activities, the ABAC, jointly with the IAEA, carries out inspections to verify nuclear materials so as to reach valid conclusions on the country's statements. In the uranium enrichment facilities, determining such enrichment is crucial for the safeguards. Thus, it is fundamental to take samples of uranium hexafluoride and to analyze them at specialized laboratories.
Yo empecé a trabajar acá en el año 80 cuando el doctor Osvaldo Cristalini era el jefe de este laboratorio. Realmente fue un maestro para muchos de nosotros, un gran científico, tenía mucho empuje para llevar adelante los proyectos y sobre todo era una excelente persona. Él también era químico, más que nada se especializó en radioquímica y también en la parte de análisis de los materiales nucleares. Había hecho sus estudios en la Universidad de Buenos Aires, después hizo algunas pasantías en Estados Unidos y en Alemania, en el Centro Atómico Karlsruhe. O sea que él estuvo en todo el ciclo de combustible y siguió aportando ideas. De ahí sacó la idea porque en las plantas de enriquecimiento se usan trampas químicas al final de la línea del proceso para evitar que escape hexafluoruro a la atmósfera. Y uno de los materiales que se usan es la alúmina. Entonces, evidentemente, si la alúmina podía retener hasta trazas de hexafluoruro, ¿por qué no usarla para muestrear hexafluoruro en la línea? Esa fue la idea, digamos, original, y él mismo, dada su modestia, dice, cuando el método se demostró que podía andar, dice, bueno, con una idea tan simple, ¿cómo a nadie se le ocurrió? Bueno, pero realmente a veces es usar una cosa para otro uso y realmente es una idea novedosa y que soluciona y aporta un nuevo método para el muestreo de hexafluoruro, ¿no?
Então, nessa época, o Cristalini, com a experiência que ele tinha, propôs a utilização de alumina como um método de absorver o F6. A alumina tem dentro dela água absorvida e o F6 em contato hidrolisa, e é um método interessante de reter o F6. Então, decidimos desenvolver esse método, a ABAC financiou o desenvolvimento do método no laboratório de química do Centro Atômico Constituyentes, em Buenos Aires, da CONEA. Lá, um excelente técnico, o Adolfo Esteban, fez todo o desenvolvimento da metodologia com suporte e orientação do Cristalini.
The traditional method is more complex when analyzing the samples. It takes more time to collect samples, the costs are higher, and there are risks for the operator and the environment. Furthermore, there are increasing restrictions on the international air transportation of the collected samples. In the face of such difficulties, Osvaldo Cristalini, Argentine scientist and expert consultant of the ABAC, developed a simplified, efficient, and innovative method, the ABAC Cristalini method.
El método de Cristalini para muestrear hexafluoruro de uranio utiliza estos tubos de fluoroteno cargados con pellets de alúmina, aproximadamente 1 gramo. El procedimiento de muestreo no introduce mayores inconvenientes en la planta. El tubo cargado con los pellets y pesado se conecta en el punto de muestreo de la planta y se hace vacío, igual que con el otro método, y finalmente se desvía la corriente gaseosa de hexafluoruro para que entre en contacto con los pellets de alúmina. Luego de unos pocos minutos, entre 30 hasta 30 minutos nomás, ya se pueden observar que los peles superiores están levemente amarillos, con lo cual ya tenemos una suficiente cantidad, unos cuantos miligramos de hexafluoruro, lo suficientes para hacer el análisis isotópico. Nuevamente, ahí se puede dar por terminado el muestreo, se hace vacío en el sistema y se desconecta el tubo. Este tubo ya no contiene materiales volátiles ni gaseosos, por lo tanto en cualquier mesada de laboratorio se puede abrir y se hace el proceso de lavado para separar el uranio retenido en los peles y obtener una solución apta para el análisis isotópico.
This method is based on the absorption capacity for uranium hexafluoride in alumina pellets. Dr. Cristallini managed to devise this thanks to his wide experience at uranium enrichment plants. The new method has many advantages over the traditional method. Results are as accurate as the ones obtained with the traditional method. The method reduces the amount of nuclear material which has to be collected during the sampling. Sampling takes less time and there is not as much interference with the operation of nuclear plants. It reduces costs related to the mass of nuclear materials, which has to be managed and controlled in a safe way. It does not cause pollution throughout the process and it does not alter the isotopic composition of uranium. It absolutely simplifies national and international transportation of the samples of nuclear materials. There are less radiation protection demands regarding its employment and use in the facilities and labs, since it does not use liquid nitrogen. Finally, it simplifies lab procedures when treating the samples because it facilitates the solution preparation for the isotopic determination.
Apresentamos os resultados na ESARDA em 2007 e no INMM em 2008. O método em si, como qualificado em laboratório, também começamos a fazer ele, usando ele para a caracterização de todas as ampolas que vinham das plantas de enriquecimento do Brasil. E verificamos que os resultados estavam excelentes, eram praticamente iguais ao método tradicional. Solicitamos ao laboratório do CTMSP aqui no Brasil que verificasse a compatibilidade do método e o uso do método nas suas plantas de enriquecimento, e que foi verificado que era compatível e não interferia na amostragem, no sistema de enriquecimento, então poderia substituir o método tradicional com ampolas.
Este es el laboratorio de espectrometría de masas, donde realizamos análisis isotópico principalmente de uranio en muestras de interés nuclear para distintas instalaciones nucleares del país.
Como parte de las tareas del laboratorio, hacemos también análisis de salvaguardias nucleares. Dentro de ese ámbito, nosotros pertenecemos a la red de laboratorios de la Agencia Brasileño-Argentina de Control de Materiales Nucleares. A través de la participación con ABAC, surgió la idea hace ya más de 10 años, por parte de ABAC, de que comenzáramos a trabajar en el desarrollo del método que ideó Cristallini, junto con Adolfo Esteban. Desde el punto de vista de la espectrometría de masas, el análisis no hay mayores diferencias, porque el análisis ya la muestra ya viene como nitrato uranilo, o sea, del análisis en sí, en el espectrómetro es lo mismo. La gran diferencia es lo que es en el tratamiento de la muestra y en el traslado de la muestra desde la facilidad donde se tome hacia el laboratorio. Otro de las virtudes es el hecho de que el traslado de la muestra, hay que pensar que en esto de salvaguardia, donde se toma, después se tiene que llevar a un laboratorio que probablemente es de otro país. El traslado es mucho más sensible a hacer un traslado de algo sólido que de un gas.
The ABAC Cristallini method for the isotopic determination of uranium hexafluoride is a tangible contribution of the ABAC and naturally of its member countries to the bilateral and international safeguards concerning the treatment of nuclear materials.
La importancia del método desarrollado por los técnicos y los especialistas que trabajan en la ABAC o junto a la ABAC en la verificación del uso exclusivamente pacífico de la tecnología nuclear desarrollada e implementada en nuestros países es que exhibe la capacidad tecnológica, científica, en este plano de dar garantías al mundo y nivel en nuestras técnicas equivalente a lo de los países más desarrollados em este campo.
Nós já estamos encaminhando o credenciamento desse método em nível internacional através dos nossos parceiros, tanto na Argentina como no Brasil, dos laboratórios parceiros e também de laboratórios internacionais nos Estados Unidos e na Europa. O método ABAC Cristalline é uma contribuição tangível da ABAC e, portanto, do Brasil e da Argentina a aplicação eficiente de salvaguardas.
Este método indica a capacidade de ambos países e de seus laboratórios e especialistas, que es una potencia que tenemos que desarrollar y que hemos logrado alcanzar en estos últimos 25 años.
Um grupo de técnicos da ABAC e dos dois países, Brasil e Argentina, desenvolvendo o método e particularmente a genialidade do Cristalline em propor essa metodologia com base na sua experiência. Portanto, o método ABAC Cristalline é uma contribuição efetiva da ABAC e do sistema de salvaguarda do Brasil e Argentina para a comunidade internacional.
The ABAC is coordinating the validation process of the ABAC crystalline method, together with the support programs to Brazil and Argentine safeguards, Brazilian and Argentine laboratories, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the United States. This validation method can be adopted by the ABAC, the IAEA, the facilities which process uranium hexafluoride, and other monitoring entities of the ABAC. It is important to highlight that the patent of the ABAC crystalline method is being duly registered.
Amazônia Azul, Tecnologias de Defesa S.A. A Amazul foi criada para desenvolver tecnologias para o Programa Nuclear da Marinha, Programa Nuclear Brasileiro e Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos. O Programa Nuclear da Marinha tem o duplo objetivo de projetar e construir um reator de potência inteiramente nacional e produzir seu combustível. Essas tecnologias serão usadas no futuro submarino com propulsão nuclear e também para a geração de energia elétrica. A Amazul participa do Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos, cuja missão é garantir a soberania no território marítimo brasileiro e proteger as imensuráveis riquezas que ele abriga. A Amazul tem o compromisso de entregar à nação tecnologia, conhecimento e profissionais capacitados em energia nuclear e defesa. Os projetos em que atua ampliam o acesso de toda a sociedade a inovações e conveniências que ajudam a melhorar a saúde e qualidade de vida da população. A Amazul contribui ativamente para a geração de energia elétrica limpa para todos, fabricando, junto com a Marinha do Brasil, ultracentrífugas, usadas para o enriquecimento do urânio destinado às usinas nucleares, e trabalhando com a Eletronuclear na expansão da vida útil da usina nuclear Angra 1. Na saúde, a Amazul colabora para ampliar o acesso da população aos benefícios da medicina nuclear. Participa do Programa de Modernização do Centro de Radiofarmácia do Instituto de Pesquisas Energéticas e Nucleares, o IPEN, que produz radiofármacos para todo o país. E projeta, em parceria com a Comissão Nacional de Energia Nuclear, o reator multipropósito brasileiro, destinado a pesquisas e produção de matéria-prima para radiofármacos usados no diagnóstico e no tratamento de doenças como o câncer. O empreendimento tornará o Brasil autossuficiente na fabricação desses medicamentos. As tecnologias desenvolvidas pela Amazul podem ser utilizadas na irradiação de alimentos para eliminar substâncias nocivas e aumentar o tempo de conservação, o que protege a saúde do consumidor, reduz o desperdício de alimentos e amplia os ganhos do agronegócio, uma das maiores fontes de riquezas do país. A irradiação é usada também em cosméticos, medicamentos, insumos da área médica e até na preservação de livros, obras de arte e documentos históricos. No setor nuclear, a empresa está capacitada para atuar em projetos e serviços de engenharia, comercialização de produtos, comissionamento de instalações nucleares, operação e gestão de empreendimentos e gestão do conhecimento. A Amazul criou um premiado modelo de gestão do conhecimento que está sendo aplicado em unidades nucleares e poderá ser replicado em outros tipos de empreendimentos.
Os projetos e programas que contam com a participação da Mazul contribuem para a defesa e a independência tecnológica do Brasil. Se por um lado promove um notável avanço científico no país, por outro, ajudam a melhorar a saúde e a qualidade de vida dos brasileiros.
A inovação está no DNA da Mazul, uma empresa singular que demonstra em cada atividade e em cada projeto a razão de sua existência e o compromisso de entregar resultados ao cidadão. A Mazul, Amazônia Azul Tecnologias de Defesa S.A. Tecnologia nacional, em benefício da sociedade.
This is for you. You who see how essential electricity is to people's lives every day. You who understand how we must reduce our CO2 emissions now. You who know that nuclear energy is a powerful source of low-carbon electricity. It is also an industry that demands unparalleled levels of safety and security. Yes, this is for you. You who know that for over 60 years, we have been designing and building nuclear steam supply systems. We have been developing and manufacturing components and fuel assemblies for all the major electrical utilities in the world. We have been delivering the heavy and mobile components needed for the nuclear island, as well as the instrumentation and control solutions. That we provide the maintenance and engineering services for more than 250 nuclear reactors around the world, and that we are participating in the construction of new reactors in France, China, Finland, and the United Kingdom. So yes, this is all for you. You who trust in the expertise, the experience, and the commitment of our 14,000 employees. Whether you be an electrical utility customer, engineer, new graduate, or simply a consumer of energy anywhere in the world, this film is for you, for each and every one of you, because you believe in nuclear energy, because you trust Framatome, because every day we are committed to serving our customers and working for energy that is competitive, reliable, and safe.